Oh my gosh. I think it's that time. I think it's that time to get started. Let me go over here. Right. Right. I think that's right. There we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 19th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? It's been a day. Right, a day. Like, that's a thing. Let me say hello to the chat room. They're right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. I didn't bring up my YouTube chat, so I have it over here. It's over here, and there it's loaded. Hello, good to see you, everyone. Let me greet everybody. C Titan, good evening to you in Melbourne. Weird Beard Dev, happy Thursday to you. I'll come back to that in just a minute. C Titan. Robson Previato, hello, hello. Napalm Codes, good morning. And thanking me for the rubber ducking last night, talking about Blazor render modes. Let's talk about that in just a few minutes here. Gosh, I've already got a little bit of a rundown of things to talk about. Let's put this up on some notes here and Blazor render modes, and let's do this as well. That's the topic I wanted to cover. All right. C Titan with a question about, would it be possible for the Sharp Translator console app that I was working on yesterday to use the shared resource resx empty template file with all the necessary tags that will copy and name the resx file to whatever language.resx. Yeah, we can definitely do that type of enhancement. I mean, the Sharp Translator app is open source. Let's go and take a look at that a little bit today and see if we can simplify and do translate from the neutral language. We can look at that. Stilgart, hello, happy Thursday to you. Alu the Crow, welcome. What's on today's agenda? So I've already got 4 things out here that we want to get into. The first thing that was listed there was talking about the GitHub free offer. I had no idea this was coming. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Blazor render modes. I was catching up with Napalm on last night. We can talk about that briefly and show a quick on-the-fly demo of that. I want to talk about the translations we did yesterday. There's something to be said about it's low cost. It's not quite no cost, but it's this low cost AI interaction that we've been doing here, and we can get that dialed up. Right? No, not. I want to use. Where is it? Processed prompt tokens, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we can take a look at that. Glasses on, ready to see sharp. How you doing there, Code and Chill? Hello. And looks like we're going to talk about Sharp Translator a little bit here. Maybe make a quick tuning in there to make it a little bit easier to do some of the translations. I didn't know this was happening. I fully admit that, and I am not in these types of planning meetings, and I haven't been working for the past two and a half weeks. But folks have been asking, hey, how do I start using Copilot? Copilot's now free. GitHub Copilot is now available free for folks to use in Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio. I think you can also sign up and use it for free in a bunch of other editors as well. I was reading through and checking this out. Really cool stuff. So it's automatically integrated into Visual Studio Code, and you have access to 2,000 code completions and 50 chat messages per month. Now, that might not sound like a lot if you're writing a lot of code. And it might not be a lot if you're writing a lot of code and you're heavily interacting with Copilot. But it's free. If that's not enough, like if you want more than that, there are other plans. And if you need more than what's in the free version, it's $10 American, and the first 30 days are free. Like, easier for businesses and teams that want to do more here, and enterprises who are doing a heck of a lot more and want to integrate and do more interactions with all of their source code. You can get into that really high-end business experience. But honestly, for most folks, Pro is all you need. And it works on pretty much every editor. So that's pretty cool. We've been using GitHub Copilot since it was released here on stream. It's been tremendous to help us build and automate some of the code generation that we've been doing here on stream. We've really, really enjoyed it. I'm going to get some music playing in the background here while we get started. I'm going to start with the Synthwave playlist here, and I'm going to start here, Caffeine Dream. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com, not .org, not .net, .com. Completely free for you to listen to. And you can hear it on, there's playlists out there for Apple Music and Spotify. I don't know where the Amazon Music went, but you can also download the songs as well. Tons of great songs out there across a bunch of genres. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together we're listening to today. So this has been tremendous to help us here on stream. And to be sure, the Copilot free is certainly not a massive offering. There's two different models that you can use in the free plan. Claude 3.5 Sonnet, OpenAI's GPT 4.0. Terrific. Great way to get started at no cost and to see what all the hubbub is about about Copilot. If you haven't seen enough here with me coding with it, to check that out. You removed all the Copilots. Why? You're a new dev. I have Copilot disabled. I feel like it hinders your learning experience. I can appreciate disabling the code completion. Being able to highlight a block of code and ask it to explain something, I think is a big help for learning. Like, let's open a SharpSite and take a look at something. And let me show you what I mean by that. So let me go over here. Right, and come on, where's the Copilot window? There we go. Explain this code. And it will tell you exactly what's going on and what that's doing. The purpose of this code is to ensure that when page not found component is initialized, the HTTP response status code is set to 404. This informs the client that the requested page does not exist. And some additional context about it. For folks that are learning, being able to ask questions about a block of code and getting that type of immediate response without having to recruit, find a helper, really, really handy. The company where I work for pays for GitHub Copilot. Is there any difference between versions? The free version is limited. It will only give you so many completions a month and so many chat messages. Does that mean you should stop subscribing to Copilot? If you're not coding that much, maybe. But if you are a full-time developer and you are using a lot of Copilot, you probably want it to stick around. It's also available in Xcode, is the question there in chat. Where did it go? Right, I think it was over in here. Where was it? There was a thing with the logos. There it is. Sure looks like it. You like Copilot, says DGen1. These days I don't have completions on, but I often use chat to help. I feel the same way. There are times where code completion gets in the way. So, free is free. Totally. You got Copilot since the beginning. It's much smarter now. It is. Mythin with a question: building an application using Auth0 as an authentication provider. Currently fighting with Blazor to get the login and logout process working. I know that feeling. However, I usually create a wrapper around third-party services to make it easier to replace them in the case needed. Would I recommend adding the identity framework and synchronize the auth? Yes. Yes, I would do that. Well, wait. Add the auth framework. Yes. Synchronize the roles with the local instance. No. You can request the roles out of Auth0, out of that third-party identity provider. So, how do I feel Copilot will be used at universities when marking assignments? How will they know if it's legitimate student code or computer generated? They won't. How do I feel about it being used at universities? This is now a tool that everybody can use. Yeah, that's a really good question. How do we teach folks? How much do you really need to know now of these various programming languages when you can have Copilot help you out? All good questions. I don't have answers to those. And yeah, it's the same question with whether you look at Copilot or you look at ChatGPT or you look at any other assistive AI technology. How do we ensure folks are learning these things? We don't. That can lead to other issues where not just folks aren't learning about these things, but now there's an inherent bias that we're creating in humans because they haven't learned these things, and what they know about that topic, it came from a machine-generated response, piece of documentation. What does that mean? Don't know. That can lead to a very dystopian future, perhaps. Don't know. Yeah, I don't like the idea of mirroring either, Dr. Cox. Let Auth0 handle it, and Auth0 will pass along to you the roles and other claims that are declared in their provider. So, good to see you, Dr. Cox. So yeah, GitHub free, now available. That's great. I sincerely recommend that you give it a try. Whether you're a fan of GitHub Copilot or not, you got to check it out. That's really great stuff. For someone who's trying to get the hang of things and not just be a framework engineer, what do I advise they rely on Copilot? I wouldn't advise that they rely on it, but use it to help. Use it to be able to ask questions and learn about things. The fact that I was able to pop open the page not found and take a look at why it's doing this work with HTTP context and get it to tell me exactly why that block of code is written, what it's doing, that's where I think Copilot is advantageous for folks that are learning. You don't support anything powered by OpenAI? Sorry to hear that. Moving on. So next topic. There was a question that I got last night from our friend Napalm Codes about Blazor render modes. Blazor render modes is a tricky topic. There are 3 different render modes that ship with the application. With the application framework. right? There's server, WebAssembly, and auto. Let's not talk about auto. We'll come back to that. If you're running on server or you're running on WebAssembly, both have the ability to reference and bring in components from third-party libraries. It can be first-party libraries, but from libraries outside of the current project. When they do, they will render those components using whichever render mode that component is being referenced. Whatever render mode that page is referencing that component from. So when I'll go back over to SharpSite. In SharpSite, we're actually doing this already inside of Security Postgres, because there's pages in here that are being referenced and they don't have a render mode declared. So it's going to pick up and use whatever render mode the parent has declared. When that render mode is hit, by default, doesn't matter which of the render modes you're using, it will pre-render that content on the server. Generate and make that straight HTML available. It'll serve that content into the browser. Then that interactive mode will take over. If it's interactive server, the WebSocket will connect and it will now listen and provide interaction from the server. If it's interactive WebAssembly, it's pre-rendered and delivered that first block of content. The WebAssembly will finish downloading if necessary, start up, and begin processing and running in the browser. Auto mode is where it gets confusing. I feel like I should put together a PowerPoint slide of this because it's and maybe there's a video here I need to record. Auto mode, it pre-renders on the server, delivers the server interactive if WebAssembly isn't already downloaded and running in the browser. If WebAssembly isn't in the browser, it will download the WebAssembly while you're interacting with it with Server Interactive. When it finishes downloading the WebAssembly, the next time you come back to that location, it will run only in WebAssembly mode. The hook, the catch that I tell folks is, don't use auto, because what auto is trying to cover up for some WebAssembly code downloading and taking a long time. That's not the case anymore. WebAssembly code downloads fast enough that you won't notice it. So don't confuse things and make it even more more difficult to deal with. So, yeah, write a little component that showed what render mode exactly. So, and I can absolutely walk through that and discuss and show that. And I think there's a combination of a PowerPoint slide with a block of code that shows the behavior that running in the browser with the developer tools, so you can see exactly how the process runs. Because a flow diagram in a PowerPoint slide is going to give you that concept, but when you see it actually running, it'll make a lot more sense. Let me catch up on chat over here, and we can discuss if we want me to dive into a little bit more of a teaching session on the Blazor render modes real quick here. Your plan is to use Auth0 for authentication and authorization. Mirroring part is more like that, user locally as well as your own ID. I would still not mirror, but I would create policies locally and enforce those policies. That would be as far as I would go as regarding bringing something over from your authentication. Develop a policy that looks at the claims that Auth0 is delivering. Hey, Juan Van, good morning. Regarding AI in education, Simon says they said the same thing about IDEs. Yep. Same thing when we moved from assembly to compiled language to fourth generation language. Yep. To managed runtime. Yep. Tooling evolved, and so Simon, to your point here, and I think it already scrolled off the top. I've told this story before, and I won't dwell on it and spend too much time on it. My daughters were in middle school, high school, and they were being taught about writing web pages in a computer class at school, and they were told to use Notepad on Windows or TextPad on the Mac, and they both hated writing web pages. Okay, I've been building websites for 30 years. I can fully and comfortably say I am a professional web developer. I teach people how to build websites. I work with the latest web frameworks. I'm pretty well embedded in the industry. And my kids hated what I do for a living. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. Excuse me for a minute. Okay. And my kids were being taught by the schools to hate what I do for a living. They came to me and said, "Dad, this really stinks. This is what you do." And I said, no, let me show you Visual Studio Code. It's free, it's open source, it's community available. You can use this to do your assignments. And the teachers were very upset with us because they said that they were cheating. You're not cheating. That's what the tools are that folks use these days. Adjust to it, learn from it, move on. Auth0, yes, can be expensive. Entra ID can get expensive as well. Entra ID, as soon as you cross 500,000 user entries in it, starts costing something like $50 a user a month. It is there's literally a ramp where Entra goes from free to $2.5 million a month. Like, that's the price model. And you should know about that if you're going to use Entra. So multi-tenant software as a service application where users can exist in multiple different tenants with different roles. Auth0 supports it out of the box. Yeah, okay. There are other providers that do support that, but yes, it does. You love Blazor server, says Robson, because of the simplicity of getting things done very quickly. Still not liking WebAssembly, although is more WebAssembly does perform better. Interactively performs really nice at scale. The best performing version of Blazor is the server side rendered. If you don't need interaction, server side rendered. And for those little pieces where you do need interaction, drop in a little WebAssembly thing. You'll be great. You have slow tablet hardware at your customer, and that takes ages to get WebAssembly going. You ditched WebAssembly and switched to server because of that. Okay. 15 to 20 second load times. Okay. Wow. Well, I learned something, Dr. Cox. Thank you. We are currently building some stuff that would be better to run on the client to minimize chit chat over Signal R. Okay. That's a lot. The WebAssembly framework, once downloaded and installed, should run well. But if you've got significantly older hardware, yeah, sure, I'm on board with that. Hey Jay, hello. Yeah, if you didn't want to make a native application, I think so, Napalm. Initially using Auth0 in a personal project, having previously done Angular. No, wait, I'm not sure what you're referencing, Simon. Would be good to do a YouTube video about render modes, as they can be confusing. Yes, you're right. Let me take a note. What new and upcoming plans do I have for the channel in 2025? I'm going to gut and rewrite the bot using a local language model, using and all of the AI that we've built into the bot that's been sitting out there for 5 years, including the hat detection. We're going to rewrite. I've got some other interactive things that I want to build for on stream. We're going to continue pushing on SharpSite. I think I really like, and chat, help me out with this. I really like the promotion, the push that SharpSite is an interactive learning experience. Yes, we're building something that we hope grows into something really cool and that folks want to use. But as a learning experience, and I know the ads are running, but as a learning experience where something is completely open source, we're taking pull requests from folks like you out there that are watching. We're taking questions, we're taking issues, commenting, discussing, and making project planning discussions, and you get to witness that. There we go. Chat. The ads are over. I think SharpSite provides a very unique interactive learning opportunity here on stream. I started planning, and I want to record and publish a weekly series of videos, a weekly or bi-weekly series of videos about the evolution of SharpSite, so that as we're working on it, folks can learn about here's the new features that were added and how it's growing, and it'll make a really cool documentary experience to be able to look at a playlist of videos, little 5-10 minute videos. Squirrel! No squirrel. That you can look at and see how this has grown. So I think that's something that we're going to do more of. Those are the big things that I have intended ahead of me. I think there's also I've got to do a little bit of rebrand. I rebrand the UI and the music, the intro music every year or two. So I'm overdue for that. So you were disappointed in the config capabilities via WebAssembly though, and getting values to the client. It's not Blazor's fault, but Syncfusion has no good way to get the license key for components down to WASM components. The recommendation is using a downloaded package behind a sign-in. That stinks. That does stink. I don't like that. Yeah. I've actually added NuGet.org as a permitted term, and for some reason it keeps getting and it's because it's a is it in Spanish? It's derogatory. So what part did they think was cheating about using Visual Studio Code? Because it does code completion. It both completes an HTML tag and suggests attributes on that HTML tag. I trip up saying referring to HTML attributes as attributes or parameters, and then same thing about method parameters. Method parameters, method attributes. Where methods do have attributes in C#, different. Entry stuff can get costly. Yep. Yes, it can. I don't want to say the world moves on, but the world evolves. So, I've never been in a mentor-mentee relationship, either as the teacher or as the student. I've never been involved in it, and yeah. I've reached out to a number of folks to try to get help, and quite frankly, hit a lot of no's. Nope, sorry, can't help you. Nope. So, you don't want to say auto is the way to go. It's just that there are some really good use cases for it. That's fair. That's fair. But other better suggestions for auth providers, I don't have a better suggestion. Auth0 is pretty good. Entra is the other one that I would look at. But if you're building an enterprise website and you've already got stuff in Auth0, go for it. Yeah. Category disappeared again. Darn it. Of course it did. Of course it did. Thank you, Restream. Architecture choices always have an it depends answer. You're right, Simon. You're right. Continuing through here. There's the tacos. No, we're not rebranding to Kotlin, Fritz. What do you know? Regarding SharpSite and learning experience, there's a distinct lack of larger scale example projects in .NET that are not games or OSS libraries. Having such an example with the VODs alongside it is valuable. I think not just the VODs alongside of it. I think at some point there's some text, some prose to go along with it, that and make it clear. Hey, you use this part, and here's what it's doing, and describe it. The getting Copilot to explain some of those bits is nice, but to have a little bit of an ebook that teaches Blazor, teaches C#, and points to real code in SharpSite might be a neat experience. I like where you're going with that, Simon. Thank you. Yeah. You started to build your own Leaflet.js, your own map component with Leaflet as a baseline. Hey, Manoj, good to see you. Yeah, you get to use a calculator. You wanted something quick and easy. Sadly, Google Maps component. Nah, yeah, I've run into that as well with the Google Maps component. We use Leaflet.js directly in the Blazing Pizza demo. So, ChatGPT give you 2 conflicting answers on render modes and ask you which you prefer. That stinks. That's an awful experience. Everybody has free access. Everybody has free access, Billy. Yeah, that was the last topic we were talking about. GitHub Copilot is now free to a point. There are, what was the number again? I don't have the number committed to memory. The free level gives you 2,000 code completions and 50 chat requests per month. So that's a lot for folks that are getting started. If you're a professional developer who's using a lot of Copilot interaction, you may want to upgrade to the first level, the pro level, which is only $10 a month, which is still pretty good. Pretty good, only $10. Yeah, see, I need to clean that up. The AI there in chat. Okay, next topic that I wanted to talk about. Speaking of AI, we did a bunch of translations yesterday, and I want to show you where the impact of that was in our OpenAI that I deployed to Azure. So here's Azure OpenAI, And you can see the tokens that we used yesterday to go and generate all of those translations, right? We wrote a little open source application that would do translations of .NET resources for us. So that sure looks like a lot. Thousands of tokens that are used, 24,000 tokens that were used yesterday. And if we open this up and we take a look at not the pricing tier, the cost analysis, because that was a lot yesterday. Gosh, how much is that costing me? It's going to cost me a nickel. 5 cents. There's definitely a ramp up that happened there. A nickel. It's still cheaper than a cup of coffee. I'm okay with that. So, happy with that, and we'll continue going through and working with that and building and iterating. So I wanted to share with you a little bit about that cost of the translation, because I know that type of AI interaction is it is something that folks have concerns, questions about. You could have used that for your last scratch off. And there was a comment there about updating Sharp Translator so that it would translate from the neutral language. Sure. Hey, Marcus. Yeah, we were just talking about that. It's a great start for some folks who were concerned about cost to use Copilot. But it is limited. You only get so many. You only get 2,000 requests that you can, code completion requests you can push through each month. But that's okay. If that makes you productive enough, that's great. So the question was, what if we did the translation going through the neutral language? So inside here, the from language, the from file, is being passed in. And it's deciding later what language that's translating from. So the problem that I have with this, that's going to block us from this, is I need to tell it what language it's translating from. For me, the neutral language is clearly English. So, like, if this isn't a 2-character language, I could just override and say, you're using English. And then it would still work. But it would run against the English resource. I would need to put in an exception on the translations here that when it hits the here, that when it hits the English language, that it skips and it just copies over. Yeah, it could certainly be done. I'm not going to spend time now on it. I'll certainly take an issue to dig in and do more with that. I also want to set up Sharp Translator so it can run inside of a GitHub action, so that when there is a pull request and there are new messages in there that need to be translated, we can just bounce that. Anybody who sets up a pull request with new resources can just bounce that off of AI in the middle of the pull request process, and we'll generate those other translations. So I think that's fine to consider. I'll share this link for this source code. So let me create an issue here. Allow definition. No, allow translation to run off of the neutral language resource. I don't know what all that means. By default in SharpSite, the neutral language is English. This may be different in other scenarios. But for the purpose of building something that works for me, that's fine. Right now, I see this as something that works for me. It's only got 4 stars in it. So I guess some folks are interested in it a little bit. If there's further interest in this, and certainly, I mean, let me put the other issue out here. Build so this can run as a GitHub action. There we go. And we'll figure this out later. But if there's interest in doing more with this, I can move it over to the Fritz and Friends organization and do more with that. But right now, this really is designed to be for just supporting SharpSite. Happy to talk about and figure out if we want to make it something more. So let me back up to that question, that comment from Simon here. Outside of a coding assistant, here, I haven't been paying too much in-depth attention to the AI. Has it gotten to the point where I can run this thing on the LAN with my own data and not need a supercomputer to do it yet? Or do we still need to send data outside the network? There are a number of models that you can download and run locally. You can download and run the Ollama models locally. I was working through that. Where was I looking at? I was going through a learning experience working with Ollama locally, and I forget what I was doing. I don't. It's not. Is it this one? But you can download Ollama, run it locally if you want to train it, retrain it. I think there are ways to retrain and run that locally. And it'll run inside of a container. Now it'll be a big container, but you can download and run it locally. But if to tune the model, you absolutely can tune and grow and make that do more with it. Yeah, there's the Ollama example. Thank you. But I was walking through the Ollama integration sample. That's what I was doing. And it absolutely can run locally. Now, the models start at 600, 700 meg on disk. But if you think about that like a database, who cares? Like, less than a gig on disk to have a database that's going to significantly improve the productivity of your organization, who cares? Like, so what? That's nothing. Having that running on a server with an API running in front of it, or with a website that's delivering some value, who cares? That's great. Make it happen. Go do that. There's a handful of models that you can download and run locally. really easily. You don't necessarily need a good GPU. You don't necessarily need... A GPU will certainly help. It will absolutely help with performance, but you can run directly on a processor. Marcus uploaded a picture of an Excel spreadsheet of prices, and Copilot was able to create the model and SQL insert statements. Nice. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Disk space is not the concern. More CPU and RAM footprint. The RAM, you're gonna see that model load up into memory. And as was pointed out by Manoj, a GPU will help significantly. You can certainly run with a CPU, but you will be using a lot of CPU. You got the 7B Llama running on your PC, no problems, only 12 gigabytes. Yeah, 12 gigabytes, right? Like, that's a large model that you're downloading and running. And how much RAM and processor is it grinding through when you're interacting with that and you're asking it a complex series of tasks to complete? And that is significantly larger than well, hang on. I'm not going to say it's larger than most games. When I think about games like Cyberpunk, when I think about The Witcher, they're pretty big. They're up there. World of Warcraft is more than 100 gig to download. But, I mean, that's a game that's been around for 20 years and has been growing over that time, right? Like, 12 gig is pretty big. It's bigger than most games, yes. AAA games from game studios like that, yeah. Your Indiana Jones is 100 gig. There you go. But most games, you're not wrong. There's a question there from, is it Mr. Akudav? I'm not sure how to pronounce your screen name. When working with a Blazor server and MVC, get await or get result is the only way to fix concurrency at database? No. You can run you can await content from the database that's running asynchronously. You can also task when all stuff coming back from the database if you have multiple requests and you want them to paint on screen at the same time. Additionally, when you're working with Blazor, you can also stream render that content coming back from the database so that when it's done, it updates the user interface. So the game you're working on is 1.6 gig. That's a good size, Alu, but you're right. That's smaller than that 12 gig Llama model. Stalker 2 released a new patch at 110 gig. And the game was 150 to start with. Yeah, that's you're not publishing an update at that point. You're re-releasing the entire game. Have they gotten these so they can parallelize into Kubernetes cluster? That's kind of a loaded question. You can run multiple models in a cluster. They can't all work on... You can't have 5 nodes work on processing the same thing at the same time. So, yeah, you're going to want a separate application server that's doing some of this work. Now you need to figure out how to use NuGet packages. I see what you did there, Olo. Hey, Chris Jones, hello. Petabyte hard drives. I have a terabyte hard drive on this machine. And I've had this machine now for 4 years. I still haven't filled it up. I've still got 180 gig free. And that's with Overwatch and World of Warcraft and a bunch of video snippets that I've been generating here, sitting there on disk. Yeah. Filling up a terabyte is hard to do unless you're just installing stuff all over the place. 7 terabytes of local drive space and a 20 terabyte server. 100 gig database is nothing. Yeah. My home server over here, it's RAID 10. And how much space is being used? Let me log in. I don't remember. I'm only using 3 terabytes of 14 on this, but I've got like all the family photos, all the DVDs that we used to have on the shelves in the family room. They're all ripped and sitting on a Plex server here. And I've got a handful of application packages that are running that do various home things in the background here. So, and I have it mirror my OneDrive and a couple other things like that. So, you know, it's telling me I've got packages that are out of date. Sure, go ahead, update that. Moving on. There it goes. Give it some dedicated compute and scale for the most part. Yeah. Definitely time to learn some AI. What do I use my home server for? Asks Mixmax. Yeah, it's got family home movies, photos. I mean, so many photos of my kids growing up. It mirrors my OneDrive, so I've got a backup that's dedicated that's sitting here locally in case anything goes wrong. Connecting, getting something off the cloud, it's all sitting here locally. That's the paranoia kicking in there. And like I said, I've copied down all of my DVDs that we used to buy. Steam games a great way to justify the cost, but they're Steam games. You can download them whenever you want from Steam again. You don't have to keep them locally all the time. Hard drive space, not really an issue these days, but loading into memory, having a good GPU is a big deal now. Can it run Crysis? 2 minutes till the ads kick in here. Let's head over. Let's start talking about what we're going to do with SharpSite today. Let me put together the project command here. Adding configuration options to SharpSite. Yeah. No, I can't do that. I was about to link to sharpsite.org, but that's a redirect, and it'll choke out my my bot. There we go. Ta-da! And we'll pin that. Like, I wonder how things like Frosty Tools run. That's a bot that runs in other folks' chat in their Twitch channel. If they're paying for a large language model to be analyzing content in chat, man, that's expensive. However, if they're running as a local model on a server somewhere, not as big a deal, but still, they're running on a lot of processor somewhere. Paranoia is good. I had to pick up 10 terabytes of external drive when the server locked up. Ugh. You now have 2 server backups. So I'm running on RAID 10. So I have striping across the across my content. Where the heck did it go? I just installed a package update. There it is. Make sure this is still running properly. Yep, there it is. Fantastic. So it's striped across the 4 drives there. And each drive is 8 terabytes. I think it's 8 terabytes. Yeah. So I've got 4 8-terabyte drives, and since they're striped and then mirrored, so what would be 32 terabytes, I lose half because I've got it replicated. And if I lose one of the drives, if any of my drives fails, I can pull it out, put a new drive in, and it'll resync and update. If I lose 2 drives, we're dead. But I can easily swap in another drive, and it will resync and repaint, and that new drive will be running just fine. So it's a nice way to have kind of an in-server backup. That said, though, you don't want to let those drives run for, I think is it 5 years? They recommend updating and replacing. So in 2025, I'll buy 4 new drives, and I'll upgrade and swap those in. And I like to keep the cost of those drives at about $200. So just doing a quick look on Amazon. This is a Western. I use Western Digital NAS drives. So I can get for about 200. You know what? Seagate might be cheaper to use, and they're Iron Wolf. It's about the same price it was 5 years ago. Interesting. But I can get 12 terabyte drives for $230. So we'll see. Maybe I can get 10 to 12 terabyte drives, and it'll increase my overall space from 12 terabytes on the machine to 20. Not that I need more space, but it would give me more space. Robson asks, will SharpSite be a blog engine like WP? It's very much inspired by WordPress, yes. Do I have experience with hosting GitHub Action Runner locally, or do I rely on the hosted? Asks Mixmax. I rely on the hosted, and I have tried running the GitHub Actions locally on my server. Not worth it. Not worth it for me. But there are ways you can do that running on your own server. Time to get a public website up and running. Mythin, I have that on my list of to-do items. Yes, there is an action item. There is an issue in the repository. I believe where it is. Where is it? Where is it? I thought I had a public website. Yeah, public website. There it is. And the idea that I floated was, let's just use GitHub Pages to start. And I'll redirect the, I'll set up the domain name so that it goes to the GitHub Pages. And, well, should be easy to do. And we'd be up and running. Where the heck is that sound effect? There it is. Yeah, it'd be up and easy to do with GitHub Pages, and then
boom goes the dynamite.
Boom goes the dynamite. So, and that's certainly something that if anybody's interested in, wants to start writing something, there you go. There's the issue. If you'd like to chime in, drop some ideas about that, we can certainly figure out where to go next with that. How you doing, McNets? Good to see you. C# Titan with a question there about using cancellation tokens. Using a cancellation token is something that I try to avoid, but when I have long-running processes or unmanaged processes, then I'll use cancellation tokens because I need to be able to stop those gracefully. So partial writes, transactional database operations are things that you need to understand how that's going to behave when you cancel something and be able to recover from that, right? More, as Simon's pointing out there, using a cancellation token isn't just, hey, I'm going to make a cancellation token available, but what happens when something's canceled? What's the response that your system takes? When we're loading data into a database, you have a database load process. It makes sense to be able to cancel that database load process, but you probably want to cancel between inserts or between updates. Well, what happens then to the rest of the database load? What in this example, you're going to want to retry that. Well, how do you handle that? What are the things that downstream from, hey, we canceled this? What do you do then? So you run RAID 6. That extra drive saved you. Need to start swapping in new drives soon. Yeah. I hear you. You submerged your drives in 10 cans of RAID and only got failures. Oh, man. 5 years? Yeah. 6 drives is a lot. And that's... a grand update is a lot. It's effectively buying a new computer. It's effectively what you're doing is buying a new computer. So, is it advisable to always define a cancellation token when using async operations? No. Am I still working on Aspirify.net? I've been adding and updating content over there. I haven't added any features to it in a bit, but it's absolutely out there, and we've been collecting and adding content to it. Yes, there are some features that I need to tune, tweak, fix. I built a whole process that when you share a URL, it goes and discovers all the content about that. The discovery for YouTube videos is broken. There's something with how the content that YouTube delivers that it's not able to identify that content well. So there's work to be done there. But the content that's out here, I've been updating and adding new entries all the time. And of course, this website is built with Blazor. It runs on top of a Redis output cache. There's a couple other little microservices that run next to it. I can turn those microservices into Azure functions. It's not a priority for me to do right now. It runs. These are updates that I can do at some point. Not a priority. But the content here loads fast. And it loads even faster the second time through. So, announcing .NET 9, and there it is. And the next time through, bang. So, the output caching runs really, really nicely over here. So, and the output cache sits out there for hours on end. So, as folks are clicking through and visiting content, there's great stuff here that you're able to find and get into and explore. And it's all sitting out there. I can look at it in Redis Insight. Thanks. I don't need that. Go find me everything that is from Aspirify. Is it? Yeah, there we go. So you can see these entries in here that'll sit out here for hours. The RSS is going to be updated in 9 minutes. But some of these articles, they sit out there for 4 or 5 hours, and then they get cleaned up. Honestly, I could put these out here for 12, 24 hours, and they would run really, really nicely. I've been slowly nudging up the time that the cache sits out here. So, but that runs really nicely and presents content. And of course, if you scroll down to the bottom here, you can see This runs on .NET 9. It runs with .NET Aspire 9. And there was the last time that it was rendered, 1432 GMT, which is, right, what, about 45 minutes ago? So the homepage doesn't change, so it loads really, really quickly. And it's all built with .NET Aspire, just like SharpSite. Are we building an info page for SharpSite? What framework am I planning on using? I'd like to have a public website, and we can add GitHub pages here. I'll set up the domain name. To route to that site. Sure. So sharpsite.org, I do own, and it routes. Right now, it's a URL redirect that comes back to GitHub. If Namecheap is not... Oh, come on, man. There it is. It routes to the GitHub repository. It's weird. It's sending request and kind of hanging. Whatever. So, cancellation tokens. Sure, we can look at that. Checked your server 4.5 years on 5 drives, 1.5 a year. Don't have too much long to start replacing. Yeah. You have some 10-year-old drives that refuse to die. Look, it's not a question of will it last 10 years. It's the risk as you get further in age of that hard drive dying goes up. How comfortable are you with that risk? No, SharpSite does not support ray tracing. Can I share some of the Redis management tool you had? Yeah, that's Redis Insight. Here it is. So it's a simple little site that a little application that connects in and works with your data, allows you to interact with it. What's the AI that it's doing in there? Answer general Redis questions. Yeah. All right. So there you go. $10 years of running or 10 years of having it? Hours running, that's the real number. Well, if the server is sitting there and the drives are in it, it's doing regular checks and things. So. Oh, that stinks, Surly Dev. So. When we left off yesterday, I was working on enhancing the page not found. Enhancing the screen to provide a little bit of customization capabilities for an administrator. And that shouldn't be too bad to go through and finish up here. They had it they virtualized it and we're retiring the machine. Okay. All right, you're not too far off there. So we have page not found sitting out here, and it's right now a bunch of kind of static content that's being pushed out here. But if I want to allow you to customize this for your website, there's a configuration that you want to save there somewhere that might have some images, might have some text. I think I want to pin this for right now because there's other issues that are going to play into that. Because embedded images, that's going to be something folks are going to want to put on that file not found page. So what does that look like? Right? I feel like there's a weird hum coming from my microphone. Test. Test? Yeah, there it is. Test. Yeah, okay. So this is a big thing. Update the repository README. Yeah, we can do that. Upper data limit for file upload. Is this something we can just drop in? Is this a configuration option that users should be able to set? I'm going to park the page not found branch for right now until I get the file uploads working. Let me go hit some of this other low-hanging fruit, and then we'll come back to file upload, because I think file upload is another plugin type that we need to be able to handle. So, yeah, we can. There is. It's going to be coming up next month. I think I could talk about this. I'm going to be running a .NET Conf code party next month, January 14th. We're going to do a. We're going to have a handful of guests on stream. We're going to have some sponsored segments. We're going to have some prizes the sponsors are going to give away. But January 14th, you book it on your schedule now. We're going to have a really cool stream with friends and talking about all the cool things that happen with .NET 9, with .NET Conf. I hope you tune in and join me on the 14th. All right. Let me jump back over to here. And I'm going to jump over to this branch. That's fine. Let's call this upload cap. No, not .NET 10. .NET 9 updates next month. Did I misspeak and say .NET 10? So that's coming up on the 14th. We'll talk about .NET 9. We'll talk about all the updates, the AI features that were released and announced as part of .NET Conf. Let me see. So if I want to have this cap on uploads, it's right there. If I'm changing that setting, right? I need to Can I reach into hub options from somewhere else and change it? And is it still in effect from that other place? So we're going to learn something today. Hey, who knew? You learn stuff. Hub options. Options. And it doesn't know what that is. Can I change them now? Right? Does that have a setter on it? It does. So if I receive that value and set it, right? Let's just tinker with it here. Sure. And let's just make this 50. Oh, okay, sure. Sure. List the maximum upload size allowed by hub options. Okay. So, that's always going to run. Let's put a button. Sure. And we'll just bring you down here, take you, and goodbye. And then I don't need this. Render mode, interactive server. Go. You're really happy Detroit Microsoft campus is having a huge workshop for Azure AI stuff in February. That's awesome. Love hearing that. Let's take a look here. Of course, SharpSite is built with .NET Aspire. So if you want to learn and try .NET Aspire, you can absolutely download the source code to SharpSite and take a look and see exactly how the new traces work over here. See how the metrics behave as you interact with things over here, right? So active requests. Here's Postgres interaction, so you can see exactly what Postgres is doing. The database connections, look at that. It went and grabbed 100 database connections for the database pool. I think that might be a little bit of a problem in the future. Right? Remember, we had this problem with ClipTalk. So the problem here is it establishes the database connection pool and it grabs 100 database connections. When you set up multiple instances of your application, each one of those instances is going to grab 100 database connections. You're going to DDoS your own database. There's a lot of pointing and clicking. You wonder how it works with voice. That's a great question. I know accessibility is something that they've been concerned about working with this. There is an accessibility issue out there for SharpSite. Let me bring these over here so I'm using one browser. There is an accessibility issue out there for us to address. Oh, it took it down. That I think we absolutely want to be able to allow folks to interact with SharpSite with voice. I'd love to get some feedback from you, Marcus, about things that we can consider and to help with testing and enforcing once we do have some of those features built in place. Where was it? Oh, admin side. Admin. Yes. Navigation manager. And if I go to site admin, wham! Yes, there is. Right there. Do I need to register it as a singleton also? As an I options, maybe? But right now we need to do this. I don't know that it... don't know that it actually... we may need to register it. Do I need a VPAT filled out? I don't know what that is. There it is. Getting it as I options, and it is giving me the 10 meg limit that was specified here. 10 meg is what that should be. So now if I try and change it to 50, did it? Let's refresh the page. It did. Okay. That's doable, right? Where do we put this option for the maximum upload size? Voluntary product accessibility template. Oh. Wow. Yeah. I'd love to get some information, some help with defining and making SharpSite more accessible. Absolutely. And Marcus, I really appreciate that you code and interact with applications with your voice. I'd be very interested to learn more about how you browse with your voice, and if there's a way that we can do some testing with SharpSite, using some of the tools that you use, so that we can learn a little bit more about building a better web experience for folks. This is clearly something that is system admin. I don't want to put it on site appearance, but I can leave it here as a text box and make it something that only system admin can update. And we'll need to save this value somewhere. We kicked into an ad. Somewhere down here we're doing load. Right there, load application state. If I put it in application state and save it, yeah, there's definitely, let's go to here. Right now, down the side, there's general, page admin, posts admin for those two types of content, user admin, site appearance, plugin management. Chris Funk.
Chris Funk 21 just resubscribed for 42 months. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for the resub. 42 is the answer. It's the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. Thank you so much for that support. Much appreciate. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chris Funk. The folks from Southern Methodist University are going to have a devil of a time this week in State College. Getting to State College, they're staying in Harrisburg. They're not even staying in town. They're staying 2 hours away. They're going to have to drive into town with all... They don't understand. There's only one road into town from that side of the state. They're going to be in the same traffic that I'm going to be in driving into town to see the game. Like, I don't think they understand. So, we'll see what happens. But it's a little bit chillier here. 322. 322 from this side. Yeah. Yeah. 99 merges into 322. And comes up right next to, and 99 goes out the other side towards the western half of the state. Yeah. So. And for some reason, I've suddenly got stuck in my head for the layout here. Where's that system admin? Site admin right here. Right, BI is the bootstrap. Should be a nav item on line 25. Hang on. Nav item. Good catch. Thank you. And it's there. I made the same mistake down here. There we go. Who's playing? How you doing, Jens? Yeah, Penn State versus Southern Methodist. So, I do have a hat for the occasion, but we can't get it trained into the hat bot. But see, it's a white hat. It kind of washes out my camera here. All of my white hats kind of wash out the camera. If I do this, and where is it? No, it's not the video configure. Right, like, it just washes it out. It's I don't think the gamma's going to help me here. No. You can start to see there's a football here, but it's hard to see. All of my white hats are this way. So they play games with the light sensors in the camera. You use Talon Voice in Visual Studio Code with the cursorless extension. When browsing the web, use the Rango extension. Rango extension with Talon Voice. The main thing it helps with is putting 2-letter labels on whatever you want to interact. You create a YouTube video. Oh, that's very cool. So I'm going to change back to the blue hat. See, when I tilt up, you can start to see the shadow of the sim. But there you go. Moving on. Yeah. The custom vision AI is
now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Really having a hard time now. So, all right, let's head back over here. Let me just put this setting up front here on the index page. I can put a text box here. Add a text box that allows numbers only to be to capture the maximum receive message size. Go get it. Go figure it out, Copilot. What's the reason for allowing this value to change post startup? Because I don't want you, because this is a configuration option that you're going to set after the site's already running. Right, if you think about the configuration of the application's already running. I don't want you to have to dive into an extra file to go and configure this. This isn't going to work. What? Input, text, type. What's the... I thought it was type. Definitely bind. It wants me to do bind value. I don't think I want it to bind directly to that value, though. And let's call this max size megabytes. Yeah. And I fully expect to move this later. You have to set it after every restart? No, I'm going to save this also into application settings so that we don't have to... oh, thank you. So that when it restarts, it reads from that location on disk. Okay, let's add some error handling to this, then. Actually, no, I don't need to. There's always going to be a value because it's specified up front. Oh. Well. Oh, sure. That's fine. Make it a long. Now what don't you like? Really? Thank you. And I'll instead bind to this. Get rid of that. And max size in megabytes. And I could put some error handlers there. There is an input number. Thank you. And what doesn't it like about that? What? Hang on. Where did that come from? Thank you. And isn't there a... Yeah, there is no... I don't want to go around having to write validation on all of this and creating a validation type to do all this. I fully expect that I'm going to have to move this later. And I think I should save this value in app settings. In apps. Right, this already knows how to do its save operation here. So I can add it in here. Hey, Ellie face. Hello. My gosh. Our friend Ellie face there had a stream last night that she co-hosted with Danny Campion and with Hoagie, Ida Hoagie, on the Slot Squad channel. I've been a guest over there on the Slot Squad channel in the past. Playing slot machines, gambling a little bit, having some fun. All the usual gambling, if it's only legal in your locale, warnings, blah, blah, blah. But it did a fantastic job, had a ton of fun last night, gave away a bunch of Amazon gift cards. Really cool to see. So make sure you check out, let me drop a shout out for the Slot Squad. Because I had so much fun watching their stream. Make sure you check them out. So much fun last night. And the night before, Ellie was over there playing. She won $1,000 on a single spin of a slot machine. Amazing luck. You got it. So much fun. Danny was stellar. Yeah. Oh yeah. He really leaned into the energetic, exciting host. Yes. Absolutely. And there's something to be said about he had he had the freedom to kind of pop off, and he didn't care that he was saying things that would get him canceled in other ecosystems, right, in other communities. He was saying all kinds of stuff that is just wrong, and yeah. You won't find me talking like that, unfortunately. I have a job. And they not only are they watching this stream, they're telling my manager what I say on this stream. So, like, there is so much that you friends, you have no idea how capped I am on this stream. But they had a fantastic time last night. It was so much fun. You got to check them out. 14-hour day since Sunday. Yeah, friend, you need to take a day off here. We need to get our friend Ellie a spa day here or something. Get her some good TLC, because that is a lot to be going through. I tell you what. So, he's good at doing fake canceled content. Oh yeah, totally get it. And there's something to be said about, and you see me do this occasionally on stream here, making fun of your own background, right? Being self-deprecating in a goofy, fun way. You see me talk about occasionally about how that I'm American, I'm from Philadelphia, and how we do funny, goofy things. But Danny was going off about how he's Irish, and folks were poking fun at his Irish background. So that was fun to see. I'm building the ability. Oh, look at that! I broke it. I'm building the ability here to control how large files can be uploaded to your application. Your goal is to get his chat to chant whales isn't real. What? Come on now. I'm a Wrexham fan. Wales absolutely is real. Yes. Nothing funny about a Philly cheesesteak. It's seriously good. Oh, Jens. You get into into Philadelphia and some of the sandwich shops around town. Don't go to a cart on the side of the street, but a sandwich shop. Yeah, they make their own bread, and you can get some really, really good sandwiches. It is not fiction. Not fiction. Not made up. What? Seriously? No, that's not a thing. I'm going to put a public, I guess I'll have it as a long here. And I'll call this maximum upload size. And let's add a note to this. It's like I can't type all of a sudden. Maximum file upload size. No in megabytes. That's fine. Not made up. Why? Where is this coming from? What's the, okay, hang on. My daughter was trying to tell me at one point, was it last year? I don't know. My 18-year-old daughter was trying to tell me that birds aren't real and that there is a thing going around the internet that birds aren't real. Okay? It feels like the same thing that you're doing here. Birds are real. And then she turned around and said to me that bananas are fake. And yes, birds are government drones is what she was saying. I'm like, what? What? They are not Come on now. And you need to go over to Truth Social where they talk about that. Prove us wrong? Would you like me to shoot one and dissect it? And show you. Bananas are all one banana. Oh, don't get that joystick Nick talking about bananas. No. Bees are government drones. I saw there was a video last night on Twitter. Bees are not government drones. There was a video I saw last night on Twitter, and it was somebody removing a parasite from the belly of a wasp. First off, it's a wasp. There's billions of them alive and around the globe. And you're removing a parasite from one. And there was a follow-up video where they said, oh yeah, praying mantis have these types of parasites on them all the time. And they dipped the thorax and the body of a praying mantis into water. And after like 15 seconds, this long string, almost like a tapeworm, just came out of the body of the praying mantis. Absolutely. But there are billions of these insects out there. Like, that's a thing. It's not a drone. It's clearly an alien. Oh, dear Lord. Pigeons are questionable. Have you been watching John Wick? Bees are definitely bugs. Bugs are organic machines, and the government could never organize that well. The government can't organize anything. Maybe alien technology that makes them look biological but still drones? You seen that praying mantis video? Yeah, DGen 1. Right? That's... Fritz does science. There you go. Speaking of government organization, can I just say something about the U.S. government for a second here? There's a massive change in the culture and approach in government policies that's about to happen as El Presidente comes into office in January. However, he's already influencing and pushing people to accept and follow his policies right now. And he's exerting that influence through Elon Musk and some other folks. I'm not going to talk about politics here, and I don't want to get into one is right, one is wrong. There was a spending bill that was before Congress yesterday. Everybody agreed to it, except for El Presidente and Elon Musk. And they started calling members of Congress and said, vote this down. This is we should not accept this. We want to block this. Right or wrong, that's what they decided to do, and they blocked the spending bill, and the U.S. government is going to shut down next week because they're going to refuse to accept this. Here's the deal. If the U.S. government shuts down because of the holidays, because how long it takes to start things back up, it's going to take it until at least late January to start that back up. El Presidente loves talking about the crowds at his rallies and at his public events. He's supposed to be inaugurated on January 20th. You see where I'm going here? If the U.S. government is shut down and they're not paying the rank and file workers, who's going to build the scaffolding and all of the security fences and details around the Capitol building for January 20th so that they can have the big outdoor inauguration event for him if nobody's getting paid? There are ways to inaugurate and swear a president into office. We've seen that in the past, and when in the unfortunate scenarios where a president has lost his life. That's capable, doable. There is a way to do that. However, El Presidente loves a party where he gets to show off how much attention he gets. And he may have just swung a hammer at his own foot here. So that I find this incredibly ironic. And nobody's pointed this out yet, but watch the chatter start to happen over the next week. Because it is not a required mandated event that folks are going to work without pay, building all that scaffolding and whatnot around the building. It's just not going to happen. Maybe birds aren't real, just dinosaurs waiting to pounce. Dinosaurs are birds, right? The U.S. government is bad at organizing bugs. They are. Facts. You missed the setup and everything? Sorry, Joel. Is it Friday or is it next week? Yeah. El Presidente. Yes. Yes. Drones will build it. Don't you folks shut down your government every few years? So here's the thing. Only one party, one of the two major political parties in the United States that have had power, only one party shuts down the federal government, and it's the same thing that they do every year when they're in control. They threaten to shut it down. They've done it 2 or 3 times in the past decade. And they're about to do it again. So yeah, I don't want to pronounce all of their names here on stream just because they're starting to go after and file lawsuits against pollsters, news organizations that criticize them. So I'm not even going to give them the satisfaction that I'm saying their names. Reality, they'll make people build everything anyway and not pay them. Not on government unions. Not on government unions. No. They will walk off if they're not getting paid. If it gets too bad, I'm sure we can get our Navy to drop some food aid in harbor. Is it likely that there'll be more employment opportunities after January? Hard to say. It's hard to say because they're talking about the because Alon and his department are talking about laying off most of the U.S. federal government. So while there might be more opportunities, there's going to be a lot more unemployed people. So hard to say. This crowd will be the biggest ever, even if nobody shows up. Yeah, there'll be trillions of people there. You're throwing the tea in the ocean? Ellie, you got to check out the glass teapot server. Really, really cool. That has a little magnetic switch on it. Blazing will build to blaze. We're going to get back into that in just a second. It would get spun as the other party's fault. Oh, it's already been spun as the other party's fault. Oh, we're not going to accept this because it has things that the other party wants. The other party still controls the Senate. And they're not going to accept anything that doesn't have, and any spending that doesn't have things that they're in favor of. This is collaboration. This is how you get things done. And if you're going to block and not approve a spending bill until after you take office in late January, because then you have control of both houses and the executive branch, you're going to have a month then without any federal government spending. You're not going to be holding a big party that costs tens of millions of dollars out in the middle of the National Mall. Not only that, all the venues in the National Mall are going to be closed also. All the monuments, all the museums, they're all going to be closed because those federal employees aren't getting paid. And it is not a matter of national security that there are people keeping the Smithsonian American History Museum open. I'm a big fan of Wizard of Oz as much as the next guy, but seeing Dorothy's ruby slippers is not a matter of national security. But let's throw the tea in the ocean. I agree. Trillions of people will be turning out to see El Presidente. Thank you, Simon. Might as well throw it in the ocean. We would all go and microwave it anyway. Now, come on now. Come on now. Let me... That's an initialization there. That's fine. I realize I'm not showing my screen. I'll fix that in just a second here. Yeah. Let's head back into here. There we go. I made a hot cocoa bomb last night for the first time. Holy crow. Have you had a hot cocoa bomb? Do you know what these things are? Do you know what I'm talking about? You might have had tea, but this is more sugar than like your full day of and I've been mailing these out to people because my kids really enjoyed this. Yeah, one of these. One of these things. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, these are amazing. So it's a little ball of chocolate with marshmallows on the inside. You warm up some milk, make it hot, and you drop one of these things in there. The chocolate melts, all of the marshmallows go floating everywhere. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. You wish you liked chocolate? Wait a sec. Really? 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 So good. It is absolutely like a sugar rush like you wouldn't believe, and you will crash hard afterwards. Self-packaged hot chocolate, that's right. Any other sweet but chocolate, bottom of the list. I don't think they make hot vanilla bombs. I don't think that's a thing. Mozart Kugeln? It's like some Willy Wonka food. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's not like the U.S. government hasn't shut down to budget issues. Yeah. Yeah. Guess who controlled Congress in each one of those sessions? One party. So, how can a person not like chocolate? You like fresh fruit? Okay, fair. Totally on board with that. I'm not going to discuss politics. I'm not going to discuss politics. Only facts. That's getting a borderline politic discussion there. And they didn't weigh down. It was a bipartisan agreement. Bipartisan agreement, and the other party controls the Senate. It needs to be approved. That's it. Can we discuss nuts instead? I've got almonds. that I keep here, and in the afternoon I nosh on some almonds, and I have some rehydration packets here that I drop in my water, and really good stuff. So totally good. Like I am a fan of the salty snacks. What the heck happened here? 1 second. Something's popping off on. When the electric company sends you a text message, like, what's the matter? What's going wrong? Oh, have a happy holiday season. Shut up. Just shut up. There are people that I don't want calling me. The electric company is one of them. The water company is calling them because they're not calling you to say, hey, we've got some news for you. Your electric rate is cut. Your water rate is cheaper. No, they're calling to say, there's a problem with the water system. You're going to have a little bit reduced pressure. It's going to be contaminated for the next day or so. You're going to want to go get some bottled water, that type of thing. Same thing with my insurance companies, the car insurance folks especially. These folks don't get it. When the car insurance folks call me and say, hey, what do you think of our service? I only call you when something goes bad. And everything's going well with my cars. So I haven't called you. So you haven't done anything for me, even though I'm paying you. Shut up. Go away. And when I do need you, then be ready to help out with service. But until then, What are we working on? Asks Escamina. Hey there. Check out the link at the top of chat. We're having a little side discussion about a couple things right now. But we're setting up an option on screen so that folks can change the file upload size for the website we're working on. And we just talked about chocolate balls. There's a guy who makes them. Pete Schweddy? Is that his name? Do I have that right? Pete Schweddy? You can find details about him on YouTube. He was on a PBS radio show called The Delicious Dish. Maybe you've heard of him. Pete Schweddy? So. Not everyone disliked that meme to the irredeemable text wall of politics. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ellie. Did a huge rant last time they asked for a review. Car insurance has doubled in 3 years. Yes, yes. Call screening is so nice. There's a meme you keep seeing, something about extended car warranty. No, that's real, DGen1. That's real. So there was a company, I think it was a company, and then it turned into a scam, that was calling people who owned cars and was trying to sell a warranty, an extended car warranty. They were calling so many people so frequently that people started blocking them and sending text messages. It was just ridiculous, the amount of phone calls that we were getting for, like a year? And it was literally a recorded voice. Hey, how you doing? It's Amy. I'm calling to talk to you about your extended car warranty. We want to make sure that your car is protected, blah, blah, blah. And, like, constant. That was absolutely a thing here in the States. Yeah. You constantly get these calls from Microsoft with a computerized voice saying press pound if trying to log in. No, that is for the most part, that is a scam. You can set up Microsoft Authenticator to call you, and if you need to log in, but it will identify itself. The name that comes across will be Microsoft. But even then, you don't need to use that. You can use the Microsoft Authenticator on your phone instead, and it will do that update. Whiskey Dust, I'm going to give you one final warning here, and then we're not talking about politics. I do not want to ban you. Okay, I don't. I can literally count on my hand the number of people that I've banned in 7 years of streaming. I don't want to go on to a second hand. Have you seen the AI British Telecom that has an AI pretending to be a grandma, keeping the scanner strung along? Yes. So, what's his name does that here on Twitch? He sometimes streams in software. I can't remember his name. Yeah, Kit Boga. That's it. Thank you, Billy. So here's the thing. This was amazing. So back in 2019, streaming starts picking up, and I'm talking to Scott Hanselman. We're having a conversation, and we notice that Kit Boga is online and it's literally programming in .NET live on Twitch. So here's Scott and I watching Kit, and he's asking for help and ideas of how to program with .NET and C# live on stream. So Scott and I, being the helpful, friendly Microsoft folks that we are, drop into Kit Boga's chat, and we start saying, hey, if you need some help, we're from Microsoft, happy to answer questions and get you pointed in the right direction. But because Kit Boga spends literally all of his time on stream scamming people who position themselves as Microsoft, Kit didn't trust us at all. And here it's S. Hanselman and C# Fritz in chat talking and saying, yeah, here, we can give you some feedback, give you some tips, advice, as he's asking questions. And he completely blew us off because of how much he gets scammed by folks who are Microsoft. And we're like, no, you can check our profiles and stuff. He's like, why would I believe that? So, I really appreciate what Kit does, handling those scammers into something entertaining. And when he does do a little bit of programming, showing off how some of the technology works together, it's cool to watch. It's not always my cup of tea. Back to Ellie and the tea, throwing the tea in the whatever in the harbor. Yeah, that's totally a thing. So there you go, my run-in with Kit Boga. But Scott and I are all ready to help out. Sure, hey, why not? Nope. You think you've never heard the word ban at all? Yeah, well, John, I try to let everybody have a voice, and I give folks an opportunity. So, and I make it clear that this is what we're talking about. This is what's acceptable. This is what isn't. It's not picking a fight. I don't want to go down into it. Right. There are topics that are very polarizing that can isolate folks and not make them feel welcome. And on a stream where we're talking about some of the goofy things, some of the goofy decisions and things that are happening out there, there are sides of the politics that some folks agree with and other folks disagree with. Can't satisfy everybody, but if we do go down that line, we're going to make at least half the audience mad. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to make anybody feel unwelcome. So I'm not going to talk about choices of policy going forward, but talking about how you've decided to shut the government down, but it's going to impact your big party coming up next month. That's not talking about politics. That's here's what's happening. That's here's the result. This is what the government has done. So, I get it. You don't want to pick a fight, but at the same time, politics discussion isn't something that we want to do here. So it's a riot to find out how long it takes to figure out this is AI grandma. Let's head back over to the code. Can I do one or two things here real quick? No, there is no VOT, Simon. It was from so long ago. Can I do one or two things? Is Ellie still out there? And Napalm, is Napalm still there? Napalm was here for a while. I'm not sure, and you can't see the current user list in the right. Is that available here somewhere? No. The current user list isn't visible on the streamer dashboard. Like, I have to go over to the channel view to see it. Developers. Oh, man. Hey, Chubby Puppy Bear. Hello. Welcome. Let me see. Teddy, thank you so much. Oh, thanks so much, Whiskey Dust. So I wanted to, let me just do this. Take care of that real quick. All right, moving on. So I wanted to make sure that it saves. I added maximum upload size up here. We need to make sure that that saves. So let's make sure that it loads properly. Maximum upload size. Yeah, thank you. Way to complete that for me. And the serialize will just write it out automatically there. Here's the thing, though. I need application state to load earlier. Like, where am I setting up app state? It is here. So let's move this up a little bit higher in the call stack. I'm going to put it right here. Configure application state and the plugin manager. So now what I can do down here on receive maximum message size. Oh, and I need to load application state. We got to do that right here. Right. I don't need to actually say that. It just has it there. Okay. And yeah. So then down here, what I can do is take this and just say app state dot maximum upload size. Done. So now when it reloads, it should load that value from disk. I also need to save it. So when I save it here, we should do, I need to inject application state. Application state. Thank you. Application state. Oh, come on. No. Thank you. Yep. And then let's await. What the heck? Why'd you move up there? Application state. Yeah, save. No, it's not save state. Where'd you get that from? This needs to be an async task. Cool. I think that's all I need there. See how that runs. Hey, the Linux developer, welcome. Do I know if we can ever meet Rusty? Rusty? Cloning from GitHub is going very slow this morning. We had that problem yesterday, Chris Funk. I'm not familiar with Rusty Fritz. Is that a person? No, this JSON file is not deployed. It's going to be built on the fly. Right, so right now, application state out here looks for an application state JSON file. If it does exist, it goes and loads those values. Otherwise, we need a default theme at some point here. But we'll get this default maximum file upload size. And it'll set that value for us. So, turn back on the keyboard cam. The ease of using .NET Aspire or NAZD to build and deploy a complex application system has to be experienced. Oh, yeah. When your core WCF services had weird errors running in containers, folks over at core WCF GitHub were amazing and set you right. Very cool. Cursor randomly moving around when you paste or autocomplete something has been driving me mad. Yeah. I'm going to need a way to handle persisting these custom settings between deployments of different released versions. So good point. Saving these as a JSON file should give us a little bit of a buffer for loading, persisting, and adapting between versions. Rusty Fritz is C# Fritz trying Rust. Not a terrible idea. I left my water cup in the other room. I'll do something about that later. I've got a bunch of other... I build and accomplish things inside of applications and make that source code available for folks to interact with. I'm not a person who just spins around and looks at other programming languages and tries them out and offers my opinions on those and in an attempt to learn and do something different. I try to accomplish and build something and have interaction so that folks can learn about that thing. And I had been programming with my Linux machine here, and I haven't about a week and a half now. I need to get back to that. Anyways, I'm running on Windows today, but I was running for a while on Linux, doing the exact same programming tasks. But I want to accomplish things. I don't want to spend time learning a new language on stream. There's other folks that do, hey, I want to learn a new language on stream. And they go through that process. I want to do something that we can learn and build together and have fun working on. So, yeah, there you go. Manually back that up. And Simon, what I'm thinking is the plugins folder that we've established here. So let me show you. So thank you for the follow, the Linux developer. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'll be back on Linux another day. I wanted to get back to it today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. But everything that we're building here with C# is cross-platform. It works on Linux also. So here in my web folder, here's the plugins folder. And my first theme that we built, my first plugin, sample theme, is right here. The www root folder that has the content that it's serving for that is over here. But importantly, the JSON file is here as well that has my application state. And the idea that I want to run with is the plugins folder should be a volume mount if you run SharpSite in a container. That way your configuration setting and all of your plugins are saved off somewhere else. So if you tear down container v0.4 and you start up container v0.5, if it points to the same volume mount, it should pick up the settings and the plugins and start up properly. And we can do some other interactions and behavior inspection at that point. So, you saw some Azure functions made with Rust recently. You can build Azure functions with a bunch of different languages. I think, Python, .NET, JavaScript. I think Go is also supported as well. Used to be a Java developer, now you use Python and Rust? Okay. Rust.net, when? No. You hope web stuff works in Linux, seeing that most web hosts are running it. It doesn't just run on Linux. It runs really well on Linux. Runs really, really fast. Here's the thing. If you go to the Azure portal, that's running on Linux and it's running .NET. If you go to Bing, that's running on Linux and that's running .NET. So those are things that Microsoft has been very public and clear about, that and there are many, many services, API endpoints that support Azure and other Microsoft public-facing applications and systems that are built with .NET and run on Linux. So, yeah. So I'm dynamically plugging the DL reflection. Yep, with reflection. Yes. And completely acknowledged there is a massive security hole there that we need to plug. Completely acknowledged. As we build and add more of this, we will tweak and tune and lock down that interaction. There are not Fortran Azure functions. Volume mount is good at. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. The validation there is accepted. Thank you. Plugins on SharpSite will add new theme only. No, we're going to allow you to add additional features. Theming was the first plugin type that we accepted. For plugins and abstractions theme, there is the iHas style sheets interface that allows you to describe, here's the collection of style sheets. We may even be able to do this simpler and just include in the manifest, and there's more here that we need to kind of break out and move around to make building plugins easier. But there is a collection of plugin features, and right now theme is the only feature. The next plugin capability we'd like to enable is the ability to swap in a file system, particularly for these file uploads that you're going to want to do to embed an image on a blog post, embed an image on a page, right? Swap out the image that's used in the corner of the website for your logo, right? Those image uploads, that file system plugin, because your file system could be just the local file system. It could be Azure Blob Storage. It could be Amazon S3. It could be storing in a database. I want to give you that ability to choose that option that suits your needs. Building and structuring that plugin so that we can swap in different file systems to persist appropriately feels like the perfect use of this structure. So we'll get to it. We'll build that. That's coming up. We're trying to knock out some of the other low-hanging fruit here today so we can have some fun chit-chatting and talking about things. But Robson, for right now, coming out of the 0.4 milestone, plugins only support themes. You're correct. Additional features is an issue that we have open that we want to address to expand the plugin footprint that you can get involved with. You had a point of sale that used COBOL.net. Oh my gosh. Hey, Terry McCoy. You loved Fortran? I learned Fortran in college. Does that say I'm old? Does that mean I'm old? Aspire has a nice way to mount volumes. Yes. Ads are kicking in here for those of you that are subscribers. Thank you so much for your support. Or you have Twitch Turbo. There used to be a way to sign plugins back in the framework days. I think so. Simon, another feature that we want to build is a plugin marketplace, a plugin store, so that folks can go to plugins.sharpsite.org, download plugins to add to their SharpSite install. Yeah. You would only accept plugins that are GPG signed for all commits. But even then, somebody who's a bad actor could GPG sign something, and it's with a bogus GPG key that's hooked up to a bogus email address, or something fake out there. So still, you need to inspect and validate the content. There you go. The ads just kicked in. How do I feel about exposing APIs for plugins to use instead of being the Wild West doing whatever they like? Even then, if I expose APIs, you can do anything you want inside of it, inside of your code. You can just put it in a database column as a file. Yes. Yes. That's absolutely an option, Nightmare Joker. Yeah. I'm not old because what does that say about Junie? I'm not going to answer that. We're both old, Terry? Oh, man. Don't go there. Don't go there, friend. You learned assembly before the internet existed? Yeah, that's old. One option might be to have a web app, takes a startup argument that hard turns off all the admin edit screens. You run the container, set everything up, then restart the container with the admin functionality hard disabled. A trusted GPG key. Right. Okay. Then we're looking at a trust structure there to be built and managed. There are things like that are possible. More to investigate and figure out there. It's a good discussion to have to figure out how do we do that to both allow folks to have flexibility to build whatever they need and also give folks the flexibility and assurance that they're installing things that aren't going to go and break and do something rude inside their system. You want some sort of accountability? Yes. Only the commit that is tagged for release needs to be signed. The commit hash is good enough to authenticate all the others. I don't know. You love the Digma Defy? I've been really enjoying using this keyboard. I have. Let's take a look and see if there we go. There's the website running. Maximum upload size. I need to put a security border around that. Do you mind if I put a security border around this? Right. I want to do an authorize view. Yeah. And authorized role equals I've actually got a roles. Oh, really? I got a constants roles admin. I think that's what I want. And we'll just grab these. And I'm just going to bump it up in there, move this over. I think that's right. No, that should work. Best split keyboard? Yeah, this is really nice. It is a premium keyboard. And full disclosure, I think I've shared, the folks at Digma sent this to me. What? Hang on. Right, authorized view rolls on authorized view. And I don't... Fine. Let's take you, place it right there, and this should be roles. And then I don't need the authorized block. Right. Now let it run. There we go. Am I using Vim motions? Nope. I've got different layers here. Right, so you see the yellow key here that's under my thumb? When I press that, it shifts me to a different layer. You see how the keys on the keyboard change color? It looks Vimish, and it's very much... It's not HJKL that are the typical Vim keys here, but I did set it up so that it's my typical, right, almost WASD navigation keys over here, so that it's right there under my fingers, and I'll move my hand back so you can see, right, where JKL is, and the J, I put the two keys where I should put my index fingers. I made them yellow on the home view here. So when I bounce over, JKL is the base of the arrow keys. This I is up, K is down, J and L are left and right. So it's not quite Vim keys, but it's in about that same location. I made S Control, I made F Alt, and D I made Undo. That's why it's in red there. So yeah, it's is it Dastot? So that way I've got the flexibility to make it feel the way I want. And I've got this great app called Blazor that runs on Windows, Mac, and Linux that lets me change the layout and interactions of my keyboard without having to flash it. I can make changes here and update it right away, and you'll see it here on my keyboard, right? So if I wanted to change this and make this Control Z right here, right? I can save that, go over to my colors, point to that, and let's make that purple, and right, so Control Z is right there, save that change, and now you see that key is purple. So but I will click there, turn off the color, and I'm also going to unassign that key, because right now, and now it's done and it's unassigned. Did I rearrange the keys? Yes. So this is the Digma Defy keyboard, and it has that ortholinear layout where everything is in a column. They also make a keyboard called the Raise that is more QWERTY laid out, and the two sides will actually join back together, so it's like a normal keyboard. That one will split apart, and it does have the feet in it like this one does. I have a Bluetooth adapter here, but so I can disconnect this from the cables here and use it Bluetooth with any Bluetooth enabled device. My phone, a tablet, my Xbox, whatever, I can hook that up to. The wrist rests are magnetic. They snap right into place. All of the keys are replaceable, so our friend Ellieface gave me a duck for Christmas, so I have a duck up here. So I have when I press that same access key, not only do I get my arrow keys, these are the function keys up here in I guess that's like a lavender, I don't know. But the duck becomes my DuckDuckGo access key. So I click that and it jumps right into DuckDuckGo. So I have that available to me as well. Duck when I go quackers in Overwatch, that's right. This is the Digma Defy keyboard, yes. So, full disclosure, they sent this to me. I really enjoy it. There's a link to it down below if you want to check it out. If you do use my link to buy one, it lets them know that you got it through me and gives me a little bit of credibility as an influencer with them. So there you go. That's a little bit about the Digma Defy. Do I want to impose some hard max file limit? Yes. May not be greater than 80% of available. Oh, I see. A relative file upload limit. I see where you're going with that. And it defaults there. That's the wrong number. That's the wrong number. Max size megabyte right now is listed as 0. That should have updated to... That doesn't make sense. Hang on. Try that again. No. Max size megabyte should be... And actually, it shouldn't be that. It should be this. See, are you gonna hunt reload that, John? It says it did. It didn't. That should be like that. So I'm gonna need to restart it. Bummer. Goated keyboard. Yeah, thank you. That's very kind. Love the duck emote there, Nightmare Joker. You've been looking into that for a while, just worried about the shipping and duties to Canada. I didn't think there were issues with duties to get into Canada. There you go, 10 megabytes. That's correct now. So if I change that to 50, change, I need some sort of a indicator that that went through. But if we look over here in the application state file, there it is. Maximum upload size, 50. So if I go back over here, let's close that. Let's stop the website. So here in the .NET Aspire dashboard, I can stop and restart individual containers and applications here. So that site is stopped. Let's go restart it. So it reloads that setting from disk. Navigate back to the website. So fresh start of the website. Go into site admin, and it still has 50. There we go. There we go. Maximum upload size is a terabyte. No, don't do that. Why JSON over TOML and YAML? Because I can get schema enforcement with JSON. Absolutely, we need to put error handling in here. I'm going to... Yep. Oh, see, now it's behind. I want you to be able to see my git commit messages. Initial reading, saving of the file upload limit from application state. And I'll go back over here, back up to this. This is 110. So let's create a pull request. Hang on, this one. Nope, that's not right. We're gonna go into 05. There you go. No. 110, there it is. You wasn't about to join my stream, then you saw I have a split keyboard. Looks like a Moonlarder or similar. Nope. This is a Digma Defy. Can somebody run the keyboard command there in chat? Mechanical keyboard master race. So these are Gatoron yellow switches on this one that I'm using. When I try to merge from main to main, fun things might happen. Yeah, don't do that. That's a bad idea. Let's see here. Default writer added SharpSite plugins project and refactored plugin system. What? Added several ideas of how I see the plugin management system. one of the things that I asked folks in custom properties? No. In the contributing doc, is update documentation as push your branch, open a pull request against the main branch. No, I didn't write it in here. Darn it. I need to update that. If you're working on something that isn't an issue, I need a lot of description as to what you're doing here. First off, this isn't building. This is failing to build right now. Thank you so much for the follow. There you go. It's the second one. I used to use the Vortex Race 3. I've got to get that in there. Yeah. I need some clear description here. You've decided to do something. There's 21 files modified. What did you do? Like, there's some, yes, started putting together assembly load context. Fantastic. I need to support this. What did you do? A plugin exception? That's great. To be able to have an exception that we can raise that plugins didn't do something correctly. Moving system abstractions plugins to SharpSite plugins, plugin manifest. That this was something I was hinting at earlier, was I need to do a little reorganizing so you can build a plugin with minimal references. So MX key switches, you have chocolate red linears, nice, and brown tactiles. C# is fun. So the framework that I'm using, the UI framework I'm using, is called Blazor, and it allows me to build a lot of my front end using C#, not just for server back end application programming, but to find a lot of the interactions on the front side with C#. And if I need to get into interacting, inspecting anything in the browser, I can interactively execute JavaScript as well. Yeah. Have to head out. Have a good one there, Linux developer. Yeah, Blazor spelled with an O. But yep, that's what we're using here. Plugin manifest extensions, validate. That's a great idea. But, right, the problem is you've taken a handful of steps here.
Oh my.
You've taken a handful of steps all at once, and it's not coordinated. That's not needed. And this is good. I like that. And, like, this should probably be a static method off of the manifest plugin. Like, yeah. You've got some neat ideas here and some things that I wanted to plan for, but I need a bit more of a description of what the contribution is, since it's not connected to an issue that describes the requirement. Like, I love the enthusiasm. That's awesome. I need to know. I need to know what you're building. In order to accept something, I need a little bit more detail of what you're building. The Blazor. Yeah, I've got a purple sequin jacket that I wear occasionally. Yep, subcontractors outsourcing. So, and some of those would be better as separate commits. You're right, Oakleus. Yep. Have a good one, Linux developer. Thanks so much. It is a lot of code to review, and like I said, I appreciate all the definitely some things in there that I want to do, and breaking the plugin system out to a separate project. Yes, I want to do that. I need a little more detail. What else did you put in here? And it's not building. So I wore the purple Blazor at Ignite. Some folks took pictures of me wearing the Blazor around Ignite. Hey, congratulations, Mike. Who was it? Was it Jim Wilcox? Come on, where is it? I don't see it. No. Let me go find this. Where did it go? Is it in notifications? Like, I don't mind showing my LinkedIn. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So there you go. I was wearing my Blazor at the booth. So, and my C# bag as well. So, they thought I was an expert, so they gave me a little expert badge. So, very fun. Yeah. The link to the repo, Code and Chill, it's linked right there at the top of chat. Right at the top of chat, you can click into that. Curious about my opinion of Golang, thinking to go the full stack route with Golang. Golang isn't used in many enterprises. Golang is a low-level language that folks use to build systems. It's not being used to build applications or things that enterprise developers are looking for, where the majority of the software market is. You're going to use Go to build things like a web server. You're going to use Go to build a database. Using Go to build a website is like using C++ to build a website. You can do it, but you're writing a heck of a lot more code at a lower level than to build it than some of the other languages that are more tuned and optimized for that kind of a thing. Golang, it absolutely has its place. It's a great low-level language. But trying to use Go in place of Python, JavaScript, Java, .NET, it has a different purpose and access to things. Excuse me. Do I have to get the purple Blazor dry cleaned? No, I just wipe out the inside. It's got a nice liner on it. That's right. I had the official C# hip bag on. You better believe it. Thank you, DGen1, for sharing the project. More startups doing more of Golang these days. Are they building low-level things? If they're not, then they're wasting their time. And startups are rife with waste. When they supply each of their developers with a MacBook and they're not building things for Apple devices, that's a waste. Like, that's a several $1,000s per developer waste. Like, use the right tool for the right job. There are ways to cut corners and save money. If you're building a database system and you're using JavaScript, is that the right tool to build a database system? No. Use the right tool for the right job. But DevOps uses what a lot? I'm sorry, you lost me on context. You use Go to build something that builds websites. There's other tools that do that much better. You can use C++ and then the .NET mappings to run on top of ASP.NET and have your business logic in C++. You can, but honestly, that's not the right tool, and you're overcomplicating things, and you're exposing yourself to all kinds of memory security issues. Thinking that you could stand out knowing Golang? Sure. If the ecosystem that you're applying to go work in acknowledges Golang as something interesting, sure. Absolutely. Learning Go and then looking to become a game programmer, the game development community is very hardcore C++ or C# now with Unity and Godot are the big things that folks like to use. Golang isn't a big deal in game development. Go is big in building cloud native things. And even then, there's folks that are using other technologies to build that stuff. So, just use Perl and regex. Douglas. How you doing there? Golang's the new JavaScript in the startup space. Yeah, folks are talking about it and using it because... Why? Because they see it as something interesting that Google makes. Great. Is it going to make you productive and allow you to deliver your application at a higher quality faster? I know what Go does. I know. Are there enough Go developers to sustain and build whatever your project might be? You've heard people say they like using Go for building web APIs. Of course it's fast. It's low level. Sure. But with that great power comes great responsibility. Formatter and stuff are things that are come along for free in developer tools. I'm not going to choose a language because it formats my code. So, you hope we get to the point where JavaScript becomes as shunned as PHP? No, that's not going to happen because JavaScript is the native language of the browser. So, where was I? So I'm down in here, and folks were saying, hey, we should have some validation on that number field. Yeah, let's do that. So now let's go back and add that validation. So I'm going to go back into indexes where it is. And right, easy way to do this is to create a public class. I'll just call it view model. Sure. And I can start to put some parameters on this. I can define a range. Sure, that's a good place to start. Let's also mark this as required. Yep. And there's a using statement we need for that. Thanks so much. So now by having this view model, now I don't have this here. I can just say private view model. Now I liked it just being called model. I don't even need to do new like that. I can just do that. And now here I can say model max size like that. Let's grab this, and I can paste it in here, and I can paste it in here. There you go. And here, this becomes like this. And I'll now wrap it and add some validators to report there. Every time you hire a kid out of college, they come to me with some new tech framework. Most of the time it's irrelevant. Very seldom it's useful, helpful. When you change tech stack, ad break started. I'll wait to dig in there further. I'll wait and come back to that. So, I want to put on, right, let's put a, I could just do validation summary, but I want the data annotations validator. And I think I need to put that, don't I need to, yeah, I need to put this inside of a form. So I need an edit form. Yep, that was right. No. Model equals, there we go. And I don't want a summary. Get rid of that. Move you over. And I don't want an on-valid submit. Thank you. So what I can do is in here, I can put a validation message for that. Ads are almost done, 15 seconds left. And that should work for me now. All right, fun. I'll just grab an Alani. Hawaiian shaved ice. See, these people, no, they made the same stupid mistake. If you're drinking a beverage and you want to show off what it is you're drinking, you should probably hold it so that the label is facing out. However, because of the location of the spout on the top of the can, what's facing out away from me when I drink is the nutrition facts. It doesn't share information about what I'm drinking very well, does it? So, every time FizzBuzz hires a new kid out of college, they come with some new tech and framework. Most of the time, they're irrelevant. Very seldom is it useful or helpful. Changing frameworks, technology stacks, introducing a new tool is an expensive and time-consuming process because you need to train your developers to use that new tool framework and whatnot. And just like the one chatter, I'm sorry, I forget your name, was saying about spending time to learn Go. If the rest of the team doesn't know Go, now they all need to go learn, and they all need to learn Go. That's what I meant to say. And that's a time investment and a monetary investment to hire a trainer that the employer needs to go through. You're right, FizzBuzz. It's not easy. Simon chimes in saying it's the same thing as hiring F# developers in .NET. You have to take into account the commercial reality of your business in your language choices. Is it going to cost you a lot of money to hire folks that use that tech? There aren't that many Go developers. If you're building a website that's built on Go, great. It might be screaming fast and use some really cool techniques and interesting things. But how expensive is it to hire those developers? Because they're very unique. They're very difficult to find because there aren't many of them. They're very specially trained. Supply and demand. Hiring a Go developer might cost you $200,000 versus hiring a developer for Java, .NET, JavaScript is less than $100,000. Is that investment for a startup worth it? I can't answer that. The answer is it depends. Using a language because of a formatter seems a bit misguided. Yeah. And that's a frustration I have, Alu, with that's a frustration I have with languages like Python, like F# that require spaces and specific formatting for the code. This is a problem with Fortran also. Characters must appear in certain columns in Fortran, and they mean different things. They trigger different functionality. If you have your code formatted wrong, you could have a big problem there. To most software engineers worth their salt, language used doesn't matter. Agreed. They just have the tools of preference. Yep. If your job is hiring someone, the least valuable thing to get hung up on is the tools they use. Yes. The language matters for the availability and rate that folks are going to charge for using that language. Try and find somebody who programs in COBOL. Getting familiar with an entire code base will take someone new to a project much longer. Depends. Always advise comparing packages published rather than programming languages. I don't know if I entirely agree with that, GS Volt. You could use any language, but if it doesn't have packages to build on the shoulders of giants, I wouldn't advise that at all. Otherwise, everybody's always going to use JavaScript, even though there's JavaScript packages built that are called is odd. There's JavaScript packages for letters and characters. Are those valuable packages? No, but some schmuck thought it was important to deliver a block of code that generates and puts the letter G on the screen. Is that a valuable project? There's something to be said about the availability of the quality frameworks that are used in production by different tech stacks. So, you do React for work. What tech would I suggest to pick up for the back end to be more value? Purely from a business perspective, Java or .NET. I would pick up Java or .NET. The number of enterprises that use Java or .NET is most of them. So, if you're starting a new project, let the engineer choose what to use. Yeah, and you want the engineer to be able to hire and bring in his buddies, their buddies, that can help out. So, yeah. One time you did change about 6 years ago, did a ground-up redesign, went from .NET MVC to .NET Core with an Angular front end. All this was your decision. It was better, so you learned Angular. Cool. There's a time investment to do that, and if the trade-off makes sense business-wise for the company, you make that change. You want to see a company that cashes out on those devs going for quality over quantity. Yeah, it doesn't happen. Remember, in the first 10 years of Twitter, the fail whale was a thing. So, as a developer, shouldn't I learn so you can go earn 200,000? Sure, go ahead. Those jobs are few and far between, and you're competing with other folks for that same job. Are you as good as those other folks moving in? Maybe, maybe not. So, the times you got denied a position because of the programming language are too numerous to count. I've been denied opportunities because of the programming language, and it wasn't in my stack. Yes. You become more of a Copilot, polyglot since Copilot. Yeah, I believe that, Marcus. Yep. Izod is hilarious. Yeah. What do you mean, not really? You like the packages where it's like one simple algorithm doing crude loops? Yes. It's ridiculous. The NPM packages were literally the entire thing. I was working on NuGet in 2016, and it was LeftPad, Nightmare Joker, and the whole issue around LeftPad is because NPM doesn't have a package that you upload and it gets frozen. NPM points to a repository and just grabs whatever content is there and delivers it. And you can update the content in that repository, backward update the content in that repository. So the fellow who made LeftPad yoinked it. Just not just didn't remove it, but blanked it out, or I forget exactly what they did. And it literally broke the world. Because folks were using a method from an import that added spaces to the left of a string. I was the manager of NuGet at the time, and immediately people were creating packages called LeftPad on NuGet.org, which is completely unnecessary because there's a feature built into C# that will LeftPad. Where is it? I forget the command to do LeftPad in LeftPad. Why'd you put an extra quote there? LeftPad, the variable Z with 5 spaces. There it is, pad left. That's what I was thinking of. And you can specify whatever character, and it's just built in to the framework. That's what I was thinking of. So, yep. You heard startups mainly hire contractors? No, they don't. No. They want to hire employees that are hooked on for the stock bonus, that they can hire at a low rate and say, yeah, we'll guarantee we'll give you X amount of stock options when we sell. So people are on for the dream. They're on for the long haul. They're going to design for the long haul. And then they'll cut them whenever they start running into issues, financing. And because they're not paying them a full salary because they guaranteed them options, those options are worthless and they lose them. No. Yeah, supply chain security is an important thing. Absolutely. You've had an issue to GitHub regarding voice coding. Thank you, Marcus. Great stuff. Thank you. They want to hire employees on a pizza budget and a promise. Yes, they do, Crash Systems. I've worked for a number of startups. Yes, that's exactly what they want. The promise of the $1 million payday. I'm going to work for less than my normal rate because I've got stock options that are going to pay off. Amazon still does this. Enterprise job. So it depends. When you look for a job, where are you in your life? What security do you need? What reliability do you need? What financial stability do you have? If you've got savings of $100,000, it might make sense to go and try your hand at a startup and try doing some interesting, technologically difficult things and push in that direction and take a chance. If you're married and you have a few kids and you need stability, you need security, an enterprise job is probably where you want to go. There's options. Depends on where you are in life. I'm later in my career. I have some savings. I have some financial flexibility in my life. Maybe I take a dive back into a startup as a leader at a startup. I could do that. But would I go and work as a developer at an enterprise now? No. Would I go to an enterprise and be a CTO? Maybe. I could do that, sure. Different folks at different points in their career have different needs. So let me dive back in here. Let's give this a try. We added our little view model here that provides some validation and makes it real easy for me to do with this. What did I do there? Child content for... Oh. Okay, so we need to specify a different context for this. Context equals, let's call this authorize context. I'd never run into that before. I'd never tried to put a form with fields that are only allowed from different users. Enterprise is lazy because of bulk layoffs? Yes. Larger layoffs at more technically sophisticated companies have meant that there is a set of more skilled developers that are available out there. There you go. Should probably put a break in there anyway. Yeah, I don't like that moving around like that. Let's put a break here anyway. Really? There we go. That's better. Right? So now when I make it too big, and you know what, let's change this into a paragraph. Really? Really? Oh, because I'm inside of a paragraph. Well, get rid of this one. How's that work? A little bit better. Not bad. All right. So now I've got a little bit of validation in here, and it's also required. So if I try to delete that and move on, field must be a number. Well, I don't. So shouldn't a range match the max receive size? I'm specifying the max receive size. That's what I'm generating, Chuck. Another tip for people out there looking for a job, make sure you got a simple project you can show. Yeah. A little bit of proof of what you're capable of. Style the button already? Yeah, we should put a button primary on that, John. Sure. Thank you. Why not put the label in a... Sure, we can do that too. Sure. I think we need to put an... Do we need to put an ID on this? No. Max size. And we can put this in a label, right? Label 4. Max size. Put one of these here. Right. Cut that. Jump to the end of this. Paste it in. Didn't change anything, but there you go. Need a little bit of space before the MB? Okay. There you go. You can control the CSS. The label should go to the left of the field. Yeah. Yeah. Seeing a Git repo leak on a resume always catches your attention. Very cool, Crash Systems. You have some projects, but a lot of them are mediocre. What makes them mediocre? I don't like index here. Can we get rid of index? And let's put a page title on this. SharpSite admin panel. There you go. Here you can manage your plugins and users. Site settings, right? Something like that. And you get a little. Let's change that from change max size to save settings. And we should probably let's take this out here. Yeah. So now that'll only appear for site admins. The whole site settings and whatever. Even if the language of the project isn't related to the job you're applying for, it's nice to see what kind of code someone has created. Yeah, it is. It totally is. The value that folks ascribe to that language may be different in different industries. Enterprise folks are not going to be too interested in C++, Go, Rust. Unless you're building some custom system automation thing that needs that low-level programming, they might not be too interested in that. So, surprised at how well Hot Reload is working. Hey, Steve. It is running a bit better. You're right. So, I think I've got this pretty well done for what I need for this. And I'll just write cleaned up. No. It was. There you go. We want to go to. Okay. No. Up here, git commit. I want to make sure that my commit messages are up top so you can see them. Cleaned up UI. All right. So there we go. I've got a conflict. What? You're right. Let's take that and drop the index. Anything else here? Git pull. I forgot to upload cap. -u. All right. Yeah, merge branch. There we go. Now we're going. Are you going to be able to hot reload all that? No way. Yeah, we're missing a resource, SharpSite admin. Well, probably have to restart to get it to reload. People have time for public projects? That's right, high-tech redneck. Like this one. When it's not their job, well, that's different, yes. You got your current job because your employer watched you stream coding for a month? Nice. There you go. Explains why half of Twitch is doing Advent of Code, and also why I'm not doing Advent of Code. Site admin, that's fine. And we're going to want a translation of these. Right. Should I do that translation? So, Robson, that's where I've kind of said we need to figure out and retheme and have a default theme that ships with the package that is a look and feel that kind of works by default, and we can swap in things later. Startups today become enterprises tomorrow, but very, very few startups, like 0.001% startups, become enterprises. Conflict editor is the main reason you prefer GitHub over Azure DevOps. That's not how you spell died in the wood. D-Y-E-D. That died is the dead. Do I feel dirty when I use WSL2? No, I don't. Fonts a lot. I need some description of what it is you're doing over here. You have ideas. What is it? Okay, there we go. All right. Let me come back and look at that in a bit. So, why the Visual Studio internal conflict editor is not enough? It's not going to show you that for GitHub. Like, there is the plugin management, not plugin, pull request management stuff in here. I'd rather do it on GitHub. Like, that's just me. Should the admin area be its own template and replace the main left nav with admin nav instead of putting it in the center? I'm up for that. That makes sense, Steve. Yeah. Let's run the localizer on some of these blocks of text. Let's set up some of these. I don't want to do that one. I'm going to do the old one because this one breaks. See, it's already... Well... No, these were some new things. No. Let's put you over here. SharpSite, admin, header text. See, I can't click into it. Welcoming text for the top of the front page of the admin section of SharpSite. See, I opened English. Oh, there it is right there. I don't need that paragraph. So, oh, let's replace this. So I can do localizer. What? What did I call it? SharpSite admin header text. Like, I would really love a plugin that lets me extract those resources easier. If you allow for a custom page not found, should you also have require custom localized messages? No, because if you take control of the page not found content, it's up to you to provide that content at that point. All right, so right, site settings is the next one for me to do here. Let me do that one. Site settings. Header text for the collection of configuration options that control how the SharpSite website behaves. See, and now it like down here. Right, now I want to replace this. Like, I want I want to be able to select a block of text here and say localize this. Right? I want a thing that allows me in here to say localize. No. Right? That would be really, really handy. Yeah, local. I agree. I agree with you. Is it Fad Shalub? You are spot on, and that's why I particularly want to go through this exercise, because I want to take some of this stuff back to the .NET team and be like, hey, Visual Studio folks, can we make this better? So let's add another one here, right? Max upload label. Label for the form field that defines the maximum file upload size in, let's just do that. The maximum upload size, no, that's not what I wanted. The maximum upload size for files. Right. There it is. I'll copy that, paste it into the English. And I want that. Localizer. See, why didn't that? And is there a save settings? There's a save button. Let's just use that. SharpSite save. Look at that. My left square bracket button. Yeah. Just SharpSite save. Okay. I think I have MB is okay. That's fine to put there. Let's restart, and that should run properly, and we should see the same text. Yeah, I would love to be able to right-click and say extract this as a resource, and just give it a name, and pff, there's the refactoring done. And I feel like American developers are close-minded to localization and globalization of their website. And when they need to start thinking about these things, they kind of get, they don't know what they're doing. So that looks correct. Let's go localize those strings. And fortunately, we have our tool to do that. I want SharpSite web. I'll go into my locales folder, and I have it sitting here. Did it go and update the other files? I bet it did. It did. And it put this... This isn't the Italian content. We already refactored and replaced this. Like, yeah, this is not the right Italian content. We already replaced this. Also, that resource editor put all that extra junk in there. It created entries for and it put this system Windows Forms thing in here that isn't going to load properly. That's not what this is at all. Shared resource EN. It's going to go and translate everything for us. There we go. Localizer supports passing arguments, so I don't need to pass localizer with string format. Where do I do a string format? I know I did that somewhere. Can you help me out with that? Is there a source generator building a designer? CS? No. No. You're getting an error? Shared resource doesn't contain... you're right, it doesn't. But it says it's there. This also... There it is. SharpSite Home. It's there. Let's restart the app. See, this is about to wig out. Restart the application, see what we got. Yeah, by doing the translation like this early, it's helping us roll it out. Yeah, it regenerates when you build. Yes. So now if I change that to Italian, see, that's not right, and I have fixed updates for Italian. Yeah. Go back to site admin. German. Why did it change back? Oh, because I have pre-rendering turned on. I need to do one of these and one of those. New interactive server, render mode, false. There we go. There we go. That didn't change. That one did. That one did. And there's another block that's not right. That's not Catalan. That is. I have a feeling that's because on SharpSite home. I'm sorry, I need location. Can you help me out with locating where that is? No, the resx files don't generate code on disk. There is no code written to disk for this. It's at compile time turned into a class and source generated and inserted into the project. No, I didn't want to do that. Refresh. Okay. So site admin, there we go. Change that to German and German. Those two aren't translated yet. Why didn't we get maximum file upload size in German? Did I not translate maximum file upload size? Max upload label. Like, I have a feeling. I have a bad feeling. There it is. It's there. It's got this type on it that's wrong. I should remove that. I'm not doing it with satellite assemblies currently, no. Right now I'm just including them and smashing everything together in one place. There is a task to allow administrators to choose what languages they want to support. That could be a thing to break those out. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back through all of these. No, that's... Here it is again, that assembly. Yeah. Let's go back over to Sharp Translator and fix this. So when you find data with that, yoink the type on that and put XML space on this, John. Like, I'll go through and fix these now, but I don't want to keep doing this. Right? So that's when it's got a new one. It creates the XML space. if the name matches, there's the value node and sets that up. Any garbage from the resource editor. No. If node attributes, isn't there a has attribute? Right, it was type? Yeah. Yoink that. Add a XML if missing. Go ahead, Copilot, fix it. Thank you. Much better. So, right, that should clean up the bit here. Right, that should build as well. Good. Back over here. Where do I want to go? Let's go back over to the translator project. Yep. Added code to clean up extra type attributes. And I'm going to .NET publish to the dist folder. That isn't what I wanted. Yes. Do that again. Fantastic. SharpSite. SharpSite web. Locales. And I'm going to copy Sharp Translator, dist, Sharp Translator. All right, let's go finish fixing this nonsense that's over here. Yeah, see, it's broken because it's looking for this thing. Yeah, we're all good there. That's English. Double check the English one. Yep, we're good. Spanish. I can see it right there. Finish. Right there. Right, you see how I can tell that it's messed up there? Nah, it's not malformed XML. Nope. So here we are in French. It's right there. See this assembly? It's a self-closed tag. And this type. There we go. Double check the Italian. See, it's looking for this system window forms. It's not actually used anywhere here. Dutch. Just replace. Portuguese. Oh, I already took care of this one. Yeah. If I reopen that, it didn't reload. And now they're all complete. Right? Max upload label for Swahili. Did I not fix Swahili? Did I skip it? Oh, I did. I did. My bad. And replace that. Yeah, there we go. Cool. What? So that should update and load properly. You thought you saw a tag in the German one. Oh, I somehow dropped that. Good catch. You have a custom tool set up, generates the classes. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some custom tools that help with that. Now, why did it start me in Bulgarian? There we go. Okay. Localize the site admin screen. Cool. Let me jump over to V05. Yes, I know. I've angered you. Let me also merge main. Show me the Italian for this. No. Where did I save the Italian fix? Like, what was it? Fix upload cap. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, localization is a little bit frustrating. Have a good one, Simon. What's in page not found? It does. It does use the language header to pick the language, and then you can override it. So if we go back in here, and before I go too much further, if I go settings, language, what? Where's German? Where's it under Deutsch? Okay. Right, so I set German as the priority. Right, and you can see how Firefox already updated the dashboard. Updated. Oh, are they in the page not found? They might be. But you can see it already picked up and defaulted to German because of my browser settings, right? And if I go back into, oh shoot, if I go back in here and I set English, when I navigate back to the website, yeah, English should be the preference. But I can change my culture, but it should have. It should have picked up and rolled back. No. If I restart. Why it started me off in Bulgarian? I think it saved a cookie from when I was there last time. The Italian fixes are in the other branch. Okay. It's got to be in a cookie, right? No, yeah, ASP.NET culture, and there's a cookie defined right there. So, right, if I crush the cookies here, over here, there it is. Request cookies here. Why won't you let me delete that? I can't delete cookies from... No. Well. So it does read the culture. I had the cookie set, so. Yeah, the dashboard is still in German. So once I deleted the cookie, away it goes. Okay. I thought I set a page title for this. Index, Razor, that one. Yeah, page title, SharpSite admin. No title. I was on the network tab looking at past requests. Okay. I can go into storage tab and delete the cookie over there. My brain's getting a little mushy here. No, it's not showing the admin. Don't I have that value set? SharpSite admin. No, there is no. All right, we have to add that then. No, it's right there. SharpSite admin. And these aren't. There it is. Why isn't it finding that one? Why am I getting all red? Why isn't that hitting my breakpoint? I'm in debug mode. Something's weird. Site appearance, Razor, page title didn't have an effect. Could it be due to the render mode? Probably it. That's probably it. But the pre-render being turned off shouldn't affect that. There it is. So now if I hit... Right, localizer, SharpSite. There it is. But it didn't set it. Gotta be part of the Hey, more Yeti. Hello. Even you get that no opti? I feel like I should put all of this into a child component that is interactive server, and the outer is server-side rendered. It's complaining about the attribute above it. Admin layout. That's coming in and is already defined right there. Like, it's there. It works. See, now that's all cleared up. I don't know. Yeah, if I were to break this out, right, component razor, I need to copy over a handful of features here. Yeah. Okay. And these, all of this, right? And then we can save this, and let's rename this to something like that. That's not what I put in. What the heck? Spotify? There we go. So now that's a thing. There we go. Yeah, opening the file fixes it. Like, it needs to reload and reparse it. And I'm going to wrap up after this. So now I can jump in here. English, site admin. There's the site panel. Right? It took just a second there to load because it was doing the connection. But if I flip that over, now I should also then right? Hey there, thank you for the follow. If I jump over here, jump back, and it loads quickly, and yeah, there we go. And we know that's not right. We have updates for Italian. Cool. All right. Ship it. SharpSite, web, components. Refactored site settings to admin site settings component. And we should wait for this to build and go. When I switch to Portuguese, yeah, there's some stuff in there that needs to be updated. That I have over in another branch. I mean, I can merge that initial I could merge that initial block for page not found and remove it as a completely fixes, so it doesn't close that. Here, I could remove that. Initial centralization of page not found behavior. So we've got some conflicts we have to resolve here. Give me a chance to resolve it. You're not going to let me do it here, are you? Okay. But this has those fixes for the various languages. Yeah. I'm going to have to do that offline. There we go. So this takes care of 110. There's all the things that it does. I don't need to comment on cleaned up UI. That was a middle thing. There we go. Done. Delete my branch. No, it's not. Now it is. Fix the upload cap. I won't delete the other one just yet, because I've got some rework to do. Hey there. How you doing, Red Eye developers? You like the keyboard? This is a Digma Defy keyboard. The second comment there, the comment from Stream Elements that popped up, that didn't get reflected over. Here's the link. There you go. That's the link to the Defy keyboard that I'm using. But I need to wrap it up here. We merged in that change for managing the file upload limit. That works really nicely from our admin screen. And there we go. It's built. Took 44 seconds to validate that and make sure that everything built. We don't have any unit tests in this yet. We need to get there. We also need end-to-end tests. They need to come soon. But for now, I'm going to back out here and I'm going to call it a day because we did a lot. We did a bunch of refactoring. We talked about a bunch of things. It's been a lot of fun, to be sure. We're working on the 0.5 milestone of SharpSite. Links are in YouTube description just below and right there at the top of Twitch chat. Lots more to do. We merged in and did a whole bunch of stuff to discover and allow us to change the behavior of the website and save the behavior of the website as application state inside of a JSON file that sits locally next to our application. Good stuff. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm streaming every weekday, Monday through Friday, through December here. We're going to take a few days off next week for the holiday. I will be streaming on Monday. And we're going to do our annual, every year I do this, I read The Night Before Christmas and I read The Night Before Die Hard. Always fun to do a little bit of reading here on stream. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been always fun talking to you, learning together, and having a good time. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get our Twitch friends connected to. Speaking of Kit Boga, he's streaming right now. I'm not going to raid into Kit Boga. Taking a look further around the horn, I would like to get you rated into... we rated him yesterday. Let me get you rated into One Lion. They're building and working with Blazor applications over there on their channel. Yeah. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some more on version 0.5. There's folks chatting in the Discord about SharpSite. The source is available. You can participate. Go star it, fork it, grab a copy, open some issues, comment on an issue that's out there, and we'll review and talk about your input. Any code that you may write, we'll talk about it next time, all right? This is a project everybody can participate in, and I want you to participate as well, all right? Thank you so much for watching. Get ready to say hi to One Lion, and I will see you tomorrow. And until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.